Testing, testing. Hello? I can hear myself a little bit, but it's really quiet. So okay, yeah. Okay, this is better. Now I can hear myself much more clearly. And then eventually we'll have closed captioning on the screen as well. I know my voice is echoey inside of the cone. There we go. Now we have some closed captioning. So welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I haven't been able to use my mic until this moment, so I'm going to give you a little introduction as to who we see and what we'll see in the hot shop. So this is our resident hot shop team on the floor today. Everyone down here, they're working for the museum, including myself, and we are going to be making some store items today. These will go into the Museum of Glass store just out there. And this is a sketch that Gabe just made on the floor right here. So this is what we'll be seeing made in the hot shop. We'll have some patterned colored glass for the lower half of the piece. And then for the upper portion of the piece, we'll have clear glass. And then a little rim of that same color just around the opening of the piece. So tying everything together. And yeah, I think it's a good idea to start with an overview of the hot shop. So I was just describing to the folks in the front the temperatures that we're working with, where we're getting our glass in the first place. We are starting everything inside of that tank with the closed door right there in the back. So these tanks on either side of the hot shop, specifically with the closed door, you can see a glow emanating from behind them. This is where we get our clear molten glass. This is our glass furnace, and it holds up to about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside of a giant ceramic crucible in the bottom, just like this diagram shows up on the screen. And this is sitting at a consistent 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. We never turn this off. We never turn it down. We just always have it ready to use, so it's the same temperature and texture. And then we have one of these reheating furnaces at each bench as well, these open face ones. And these are running a little bit warmer, up to about 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, just to reheat the glass quickly. And we are seeing the coloring process of our glass at the center bench right here. So, I know you guys haven't seen this before. We have just started the color drop or color overlay process, where we melt down a solid piece of colored glass, and then we'll drop that down onto a bubble and spread that over top, covering up the clear. So the bubble appears to be all color, but really it's just a layer of color within the walls. And just to point out, everyone you see on the floor working, they are very experienced. For the most part, the people we have working on the floor, they usually will have 20 to 30 years of experience blowing glass. Yeah, so we already have a bubble of air inside of that glass right there at the center bench. Gabe is just lightly expanding it after reshaping the glass. And then if you keep an eye on the back, the glass furnace is just about to be used again. And you'll see we have more mass each time we pick up a little bit of clear. So mostly when we're gathering clear, it's just to get more material to work with, make the piece bigger. And once we get a new layer of glass, like Gabe has gotten here at the center bench, we'll sit down and use the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even this layer of glass out. So yeah, we do use a lot of wooden tools in the hot shop. They do get burned up and used over time. This one in particular is kept saturated in water, which we have inside of buckets behind the bench. That's where he's reaching back and grabbing from. And this is to basically form a layer of steam in between the wood and the glass so they don't exactly interact with each other. So that nozzle, as you guess, is just blowing compressed air, and this is to cool the glass a little bit faster than if we were to just leave it alone. Yeah, compared to blowing on a hot piece of food, we'll be able to get a new layer of clear over top of that sooner than later. And I'm excited to talk about the setup that we're going to be using for that pattern on the bubble. You can see it's almost these diamond shapes, these crisscrossing lines of color. We're going to be using the setup in the front right here. So this is the roller setup. There are some rollers on the table that will pull the pipe back at even increments, and then we'll be wrapping another color of glass around this bubble that Gabe has been working on. And this is a pipe cooler over on the right side of the hot shop. Nothing too complicated, just a trough of water that we're setting the pipe into. So in order to apply 2 layers of lines that are at these different angles, they let the bubble fall off center just a bit on purpose, and then this is going to give those lines a different orientation. And that bit of color that we're going to be wrapping around, that's been prepared over on the left. We'll bring it over, lightly attach it to the side of the bubble, Too bad we don't have a great view of this up on the screen. Hopefully you can see in the front. And then as we turn the pipe and the rollers, this is, again, just pulling the pipe back at these really even increments and wrapping that color all the way around. So now we have all of these lines that are perfectly spaced, all facing in one direction. We'll let the bubble fall off center in the opposite direction and do that same process. And I know a few new people have joined in here and there, so I'll point out real quick again that we have our resident hot shop team on the floor today. So these guys, they work for the museum, and when we have time, we will make items for the store, we'll make items for auctions and commissions, and we just had our Red Hot auction yesterday. That was a huge deal. We prepared for that for a long time. Each year we do. But this time we're going to be making some store items. Gabe has drawn this out on the floor just to my right, your left here. And this is going to have a pattern section and then a clear section of glass. So we're creating that pattern section now up in the front. So as you can see, we still have some color left on the end of this pipe. We'll usually just heat this up, we'll reshape it, and then we'll set it aside to stay warm inside of the garage. So this silver box right here, anytime you see us using this, we're preheating things up to or keeping things at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds very warm, but at that temperature the glass is solid. It's just enough to prevent it from breaking from thermal shock. So this pad that Gabe has moved on to using, this is actually just folded up newspaper that has been splashed with a little bit of water. And he's using this to basically guide which way the bubble blows out. And the blowing happens pretty quickly. It's easy to miss, but whenever somebody's mouth is on the end of the pipe, that's them expanding the glass like a balloon on that opposite end. It's kind of like a giant straw. And next it looks like Gabe used the jacks to kind of squeeze down off the end of the pipe. And the jacks are those two metal blades, by the way. This is just creating a divot or a line that eventually becomes our breaking point. We'll take that entire piece off from there later on, once we have our shape and we're ready. And we do have another section to create, the clear section up top. So the way that we do this is we'll create two separate blown bubbles. We'll open those two openings up to the same size and then connect just the openings, and that forms one bubble with two separate patterns or two separate blocks of color, essentially. It's a relatively complicated technique. It's called Encolmo. So if you see anything that has rings of color or sections of color, this can be how they do that. And actually, do we have an Encolmo diagram? Yeah, we have tons of different diagrams to show off, so throughout the day I'll pop up on the screen images like this. So this is going to be a two-section Encolmo, just like you see on the screen. Thank you. So to be able to open this up into that cup shape, like you saw on the screen, we need to attach another pipe onto the end and then break this piece off of the pipe that it was originally created on. That's going to give us access to the other side where we will start to flare it out and open it up. And to break a piece off, just as you saw right there, Gabe applied water. This cracks that connection from thermal shock. If you heat up or cool glass too quickly, it'll break. And then just tap the pipe and it popped right off. And yeah, if anyone's curious about anything, feel free to ask questions that you might have. I know some of you may not have seen the patterning process, so I can explain the patterning. We also, I guess, I have tons of random little things to share, like the fact that this is being live streamed every day that we're open. So if you missed something, like a visiting artist coming in, you really wanted to see that, we have all of the previous live streams saved. You can just go back and watch them. Yeah, so now we've heated up just the front half of this piece of glass. We can go on the inside now with the jacks and start to slowly lift the wall up. And this happens pretty quickly. As you saw, we've already opened this up to its full size. And for those who just joined in, we are going to be working on this piece drawn on the floor in chalk right here. We're working on the pattern section of the bubble at the center bench at the moment, and I assume Sarah's starting on the clear section for the upper portion of the piece, which is going to be the shoulder and the neck of the final product. So it looks like we are satisfied with the shape and the size of this piece at the center bench. So if we look over on the left bench now, we have started on, again, that shoulder and neck of the piece, just from clear glass. So Sarah, starting with just a single gather of clear, and then building upon that, she has created this large bubble of glass. And if we could have a view of the left bench, please, as I talk about what's going on over there. Now the left bench, please. Thank you. So when we're connecting these two blown pieces of glass, we want the openings of the two pieces to be basically the same. We want the thickness of the glass to be just about the same as well, for there to be a really smooth connection. So we measured the opening of our first piece of the center bench with some calipers. We brought that over to the left, and we'll just double check that measurement as we go along. But yeah, for the most part, all of this is a lot of muscle memory, a lot of years of experience to be able to make these two pieces connect smoothly. So to be considered a professional glass blower, I've seen a lot of different people and places say about 10 years of experience blowing glass, working with glass. Yeah, professional means. Yeah, I know. Well, we've had visiting artists that have come in and they'll have like 4 or 5 years of experience, but they'll still sit down at the bench and they whip out something really complicated and beautiful. So it definitely depends on the person. But these guys that work here full time usually have between 20 and 30 years of experience. I think Gabe has about 30. So this is another wooden tool that we use very frequently in the hot shop, the wooden paddle. And we'll use it to shield the artist's hands and arm from the radiant heat, but we'll also use it to flatten areas of the glass. So in this case, we were just rounding, smoothing out the opening of that clear glass over on the left. So now you can see most of the heat is focused just around the two openings of these blown pieces. We don't want the entire thing to be crazy hot and moving around, just hot enough to stick together. Yeah, it looks like Gabe went for it, so we now have our two pieces connected. Yeah, I know. It's always impressive. We never celebrate too early. And just like that, there we go. Now we've disconnected that pipe. We have our two pieces connected, and we can start blowing this out and treating it like it were a normal bubble of any color of glass. Okay, I guess I haven't talked about this table yet. This is the Marver. This is a thick slab of stainless steel just on the entire surface of this table. We'll use it to shape the glass, but we'll also use it to pull heat out of the glass sometimes to prevent it from blowing out too much in one direction versus another. Yeah, so we specifically developed our glass blowing in the US off of Italian glass blowing, so a lot of Venetian techniques, a lot of similar names for tools as well as just the tools themselves. For example, there's some names that we won't change. Like this is the Soffietta right here, that cone shape. Uh, and yeah, it has been around for a long time, glass blowing in general, or glass working, not even necessarily blowing. And a lot of the equipment and technique has stayed the same. You'll see wavy bowls from, I don't know, I think it was labeled 140 AD or something crazy like that. But it was in a museum in New York. I'm not well versed when it comes to the glass blowing history, but when it comes to technique, I know a little bit more. So we're continuing to use the newspapers to prevent it from blowing out too much at the very end. We want the bottom of the piece to stay pretty thick because we will be attaching another pipe onto the bottom later on once we're ready to open up the top. So this large, loud torch, fluffy torch, is running around the same temperature as what we're using to reheat the glass, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But with the torch, we can heat up sections of glass at a time. Like you saw, we were heating up just the clear glass for a moment and really trying to expand the shoulder. So it can help us change the thickness in certain areas or heat up something that's getting a little too cold while leaving another area alone. And it looks like we are moving on to the jack line. It's especially important that we heat up this area before we start this jack line. The jack line is the divot off the end of the pipe that we create using the jacks, those two metal blades. So it's a line created by the jacks, hence the name jack line. We have a lot of very just literal names, like we have color bar. It's a bar of colored glass. We have, what else do we have? There's so many just literal names, like a color drop. We drop color onto the glass. Yeah. Bit work, we bring over bits of color. So we're just now starting to use one of those wooden paddles on the bottom of the piece. We'll eventually have to completely flatten this out, as you'll see with our diagram or our drawing that we created earlier. And hopefully you can all see that pattern better and better as it's being blown out. I think it was a bit of white that they wrapped around the outside, but I'm still having a hard time seeing the color that's underneath. So this is why it's important to have at least 3 assistants at one point. You could see we have someone blowing into the end of the pipe or capping it with their hand. And then we have a person at the bench shaping the side of the piece and rolling the pipe. And then another person on the end. We need to have sometimes 2 hands to apply 2 pressure or 2 places of pressure on the piece. So the side and the bottom in this case. So yeah, glass blowing is very difficult to do on your own. Sometimes you will see people have these hoses that they can attach to the end of the pipe and they can blow for themselves. Yeah, I know. And then they have to worry about not getting it wrapped up in anything, so it does make things trickier. And it looks like we're going to be adding just a little pad of clear onto the bottom of the piece. So we brought some clear over, just pushed it into the bottom, flattened it out. This is where we're going to be attaching another pipe in just a moment actually, and then removing the entire piece from the pipe it's on right now. If the bottom is thin or the color's directly on the surface, you'll usually see us do this to avoid breaking any of that glass away from the bottom. So we've just now brought the punty over. The punty is another pipe, some kind, whether it's a blow pipe or a solid pipe. This one's solid, with a little bit of clear glass on the end as an attachment. This is attached to the center of the bottom of the piece. Think of it as a second handle. And then to break the piece away, same thing as earlier, applying a little bit of water and then tapping the pipe. And it pops right off. So now we just have to finish off the neck and the opening of the piece, which again, we will be seeing them bring over a little bit of colored glass and wrapping that just around the rim of the piece as well. And for anyone that's recently joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. We have our resident Hot Shop team on the floor today, so these guys work for the museum along with myself. And we're making some store items today specifically. Just we try to fit them in whenever we can. And we are very close to the final product already. We're just going to fix up the neck and flare it open at the top, it looks like. And then we'll have our final piece. And you can expect us to make a variety of colors of this vessel just so that people have something to choose from in the store. And then usually they're in the store about a week from when they're created. So again, we've heated up just the front half of the piece or so, just all that clear glass. We're starting by stretching out the neck. And I know we probably don't have a great view of this, but Gabe stretched the glass out and is now trimming some excess glass away with the shears. So technically, if we wanted to, we could have reused that small piece of scrap. We can reuse any of our clear glass just by throwing it back into the furnace and melting it down again. Because again, the furnace is all clear glass specifically. And I do know some hot shops, I was told the other day, use recycled glass. Like as long as it's all one color, they'll throw a bunch of green bottles in or brown bottles. And it's just really interesting to hear about what the different hot shops use. But we specifically use a soda lime glass. So soda ash limestone, mostly silica sand, as you might have imagined. So they have a lot of creative freedom when it comes to store pieces. They'll come up with new ideas very frequently, it just out of off the top of their heads even. And then sometimes there will be items in the store that are so popular that they make them over and over again because, well, there's a demand for them. So we have a mix of both of like, this is the design we want you to make today versus, okay, let's have some fun and come up with some new designs. Or I came up with this design the other day and then they bring it forward. But yeah, they've all been working together for a long time and they work very smoothly together, and there's a ton of variety of what you'll see on the hot shop floor. That kind of depends. So when it comes to visiting artists, that's planned very much in advance, months and months in advance sometimes. And that's because we can only fit so many visiting artists in during the year. And then whenever we have time that visiting artists aren't here, that's when it's more free, and it really can be just as spontaneous as, let's do this today. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, it looks like we've already applied our lip wrap, which again is just that little rim of color just around the opening. And we're now flaring it open to its full size. So I did briefly point out this tool earlier. Again, this is the Sophietta. And the way that we use this, the cone will block off the opening to the piece, allowing us to reinflate certain areas of the glass just by blowing into the opposite end. Usually to expand the shoulder area of the piece. So it looks like we are getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. What we'll do is we'll usually pick it up with some Kevlar gloves, apparently the same material as firefighting suits, and that allows us to hold on to it for at least a little bit of time while we carry it over to the annealer to be put away. These large black boxes on our far walls, it's looking like we're going to use that one on the left. So if you want any final photos, we're just about to put this piece away. Sitting in that box for about 8 to 12 hours overnight to cool down, so we won't see these pieces again until tomorrow. That slow process of cooling is very important. It just prevents thermal shock. So now we apply some water near the end of the pipe, again just to crack this connection and pop the piece off. We'll torch the bottom and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo for the store, and then we will be completely done. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. That was our first piece of the day done. And again, this box, it just sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's holding it at a warm, healthy temperature, and then we'll very slowly bring it down. And thanks for watching. We're going to continue to work until 2 p.m. today since we had a later opening. We're going to work a little bit later than we usually do, and then we'll have a lunch break between 2 and 3. So if you plan around that, you can watch us before or after. Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop. So we have our resident Hot Shop team down on the floor today. So the people you'll see working on specifically this piece drawn out on the floor to my right, this is what we're going to be working on, and the people you see working on this piece, they work for the museum. And this is a store item, so eventually these will go onto the Museum of Glass store shelves. I assume we'll be working on this project throughout the day today so that we have a variety for people to choose from. And so far, it's seeming like both of the pieces that we've made have this light blue or sort of turquoise color for the lower half with some white striping over the surface. And then this upper portion is clear. So that's the overall design. It's a pretty complicated project to get that crisscross patterning and to be able to attach two different sections of blown glass that are different colors, aka the clear and then the colored and patterned section. So we have already seen them apply that light blue or turquoise to a single bubble of clear glass. That's what we see up on the screen or over on the left bench. And just to talk about the temperatures that we're working with in here, the glass is going to start melting and moving anywhere at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. So when a piece of glass looks solid throughout the process, it's probably still hovering just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We don't want it to drop below that temperature. And then when it's completely molten to the texture of honey, that is sitting at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're always somewhere within that range. And speaking of the molten glass, this is where we get all of our clear molten glass in the very beginning. This is the glass furnace. So inside of here we have a giant ceramic crucible with just straight up molten glass sitting inside of it, up to 1,000 pounds of it. And this does run 24/7, as the diagram up on the screen suggests. We want this glass to stay a consistent texture and temperature to be used at any time. So just something random, interesting to point out. We always start our projects on these side benches, and then we'll bring it over to the center bench to fully start blowing it out and working with the glass. So once we have all the material we need, then we'll see them working more so at the center bench. So here we go again, gathering another layer of clear. Each time we're gathering a layer of clear glass, we're mostly just building up mass, giving ourselves more material to work with. Yeah, I actually get that question a lot. A lot of the tools we use, including the pipe and the large tables throughout the hot shop, everything is all made out of stainless steel. And apparently, stainless steel is a poor conductor of heat, so the heat's only going to travel so far through the tool, so far through the pipe. And you can see where the pipes are darkened. That's the area that we've been heating up, and maybe glass is attached to that area, but that's the area we avoid touching. So I believe this is all the glass we need on the surface of this bubble right here to move on to the next step. And if you look at the drawing that Gabe created earlier, you'll see this crisscross line pattern across the lower section of the bubble. So that is what we're moving on to next. We're going to use these rollers up in the front. Gabe is going to be rolling the glass. It's going to be pulling the pipe back at even increments, meaning that we can wrap glass around the bubble in even increments. So we let it purposefully fall off center in one direction and do this wrap one time. We'll eventually let it fall in the opposite direction and do this again to get that crisscrossing design. And this is an incredible view up on the screen of that wrapping. And again, since this is off center, it's going to be oriented in one specific direction. Wait, sorry. I still quite don't understand. I think I might have hearing loss from the hot shop. Seriously. You said something about energy and glass, but what was in between those two words? How much energy, like fuel or like manpower? So, I mean, usually you'll see teams of 3 or 4 people working on a piece of glass. You'll see why this is important later on. We'll apply pressure from multiple sides, and we'll have somebody blowing into the end of the pipe. And then we do have these pretty large natural gas lines that are running. I'm not sure the exact amount that's used. It's something that hasn't been shared with me, but we just have a huge hot shop, larger than what you would see in a lot of public hot shops. And yeah, it's just a difference of natural gas versus electricity. So we let the bubble fall off center in the opposite direction that it was before, and we're wrapping that same color around. So we should end up with these crisscrossing lines now. And just to point out again, we have this light blue or turquoise color underneath, and then these white lines over top. So that's what we should see for the final product. So frequently when we add glass on, whether it's a new layer of clear, whether it's these stripes of color, we'll sit down and we'll use the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is kept saturated in water, which is behind the bench inside of these buckets. That's why Gabe was reaching behind him. And this is mostly just to smooth and even things out before we start blowing it out, which we blew this out just a little bit. We're going to leave this pretty thick. And then we're continuing with the jack line. So these two metal blades, these are the jacks. And we squeeze down off the end of the pipe into the glass bubble, creating just a divot on the surface. And that eventually becomes our breaking point. We'll break the entire piece off from that line. You could think of it as a weak point, I guess. So any color changes you see in the glass are more so optical illusions. It's just the glass being so hot that it's radiating light. It's creating its own light like lava. So if the piece is changing from orange to green to blue, that's it just slowly cooling down more and more. So yeah, this final piece, again, it's going to be this light blue or turquoise with white striping. And then the rest of it is going to be clear, which that's what I was helping with over on the left. Over on the left, Sarah's been creating basically the top half of the piece. So this will be brought over and attached opening to opening, basically. And could I have the Encalmo diagram real quick, please? So up on the screen, there's a diagram. I wanted to show this off. This is called an Encalmo. We bring these two different blown sections of glass together. That's what we're going to see pretty soon here. Just attaching the two openings together, and that forms one full bubble that has multiple colors or patterns in it, basically. Thank you. So when we connect those two pieces, you saw we concentrated a lot of heat just around the openings. And then we smoothed that connection out, gave it a little puff of air, and at this point we can break that secondary pipe away, and we now just have our two pieces connected on the end of the blowpipe specifically. So now we can start to shape this out, turn it into our final piece. And now we start rolling this on the Marver, which is this large metal table. Again, this has a thick slab of stainless steel just on top. So when we're rolling the glass on this table, this is going to shape the glass, but sometimes we'll use it for cooling the glass in certain areas as well, which leaves the glass thicker in that area that we've cooled. Yeah, with the last piece, they really focused a lot of heat in the clear glass. They want to expand this first. If they expand the color too much, then the bottom could become thin. So to focus the heat in just one area, we use this fluffy torch. So we're starting on the neck and then pretty soon the jack line as well. So the neck, they make it look so quick, so easy, but basically they're holding on to a section of the glass using the jacks, and then they just pull away from the pipe, and that stretches out that section, creating a neck. So this is something commonly done for bottles and vases, anything that has that tall, skinny neck. And then the jack line, I know I mentioned that briefly, is a divot that's created right off the end of the pipe that's a little bit deeper than anything else on the piece, and it's creating a weak point so we can break the piece off of the pipe from there later on. And we did that same thing earlier, you may remember, for the colored pattern section of the glass. Yeah, I know the blowing can be easy to miss. Sarah blows into the end of the pipe pretty briefly, just small moments at a time, so we don't overexpand the glass. Well, that is actually just folded up newspaper that we've splashed with a little bit of water, and that's it. So newspaper and water. That's as close as we'll get to shaping the glass with our hands. The paper conforms to our hands, and then the glass conforms to the paper. So as we slowly blow this piece out, this is making the piece bigger, but it's also making the walls thinner and thinner as we go. So we have to stop at a certain point, and that's why we have to start with all the material we need for the piece. And at this point, we're flattening the bottom using a wooden paddle. So yeah, we'll use these wooden paddles to flatten certain areas of the piece. We'll use them to shield the artist as well. So if you see us kind of hovering around with them, we're usually shielding from radiant heat coming off of the piece. Because again, this glass is always hovering somewhere between 1 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's a lot of heat coming off. So I wanted to point out in that one moment there when they were flattening the bottom, this is why you need 3 people per team, if not maybe even another person. I know it's hard to hear me, but hopefully the closed captioning is working. So we applied pressure to the bottom of the piece and the side of the piece, and we also had somebody blowing into the end of the pipe or even just capping the end of the pipe. The air can escape the piece again if we apply pressure. So this pipe works like a straw, works both ways. And we will sometimes purposefully suck air out of a piece. You'll see that with certain pieces like suck bowls, for example. That's just part of the design. So yes, again, this is exactly why it's important to have this many people. And next we bring over a bit of fresh molten clear glass. We'll attach that to the bottom of the piece before flattening that down into just a little pad of clear. And this is where we're going to be attaching another pipe pretty soon so we can break this entire piece off. And this is also where we'll stamp the bottom of the piece. Yeah, this is a really important part of the piece. So this metallic sleeve that Gabe is wearing is just to reflect some of that radiant heat off and away from him. It's not going to protect his hand very much because he doesn't have anything on his hand. But yeah, we actually avoid wearing things like gloves, for example, because that heat will start to build up in them. And then you're handling the piece of glass or a torch or something, and then all of a sudden that heat is just really intense, and then you're trying to rip the glove off. So usually we avoid it if we can and just sense when it's hot, pull away when it's hot. And just now, Sarah's brought that second pipe over. This is called a punty. It's basically just going to act as a second handle. Once that's secure, they'll let it set up for just a second before breaking the piece off. And breaking it off is done with just a little bit of water to thermally shock the glass, and then tapping the pipe sends a vibration to those cracks and just pops the piece off. We'll do this again at the very end when we break this entire piece off when we're done too. So this silver box right here, we'll use it briefly on and off throughout the day. For example, we have some pieces of colored glass in there. This is just preheating those pieces and keeping them at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a really happy medium temperature for glass. So if we're ready to start bringing it down and cooling it down, or if we're ready to start really heating it up and melting it, then we'll put it in that box, and it's almost a transitional point. I won't be able to hear you until the torch is done, so just a second. So, in the very, very beginning, first of all of our glass is a soda lime glass. So we get this mixture shipped in. It's an exact mixture of a certain amount of soda ash and limestone, and apparently a little lithium inside of mostly silica sand. So it's very grainy when we throw it into the furnace. It really does just look like sand. And that melts down over the course of a day inside of our glass furnaces, those tanks at the closed stores. They have these giant ceramic crucibles in the bottom, and we put up to apparently about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside of them. So they're full, maybe up to my hip or so when they're completely full. And then just like getting honey on a wooden dowel or chopstick or something, you just stick the end of the pipe into the glass and turn. So it all starts with just this big of a ball on the end of your pipe, and then you have to build layer upon layer upon layer to make a bigger piece. So that's how we and where we start all of our projects. I'm not sure where the materials come from exactly. I've been told a couple of times where they source some of the silica, but I'm not sure where the materials are sourced. Yeah, it's a specific company we stick with, Spruce Pine. So this shape is actually not necessarily functional, but it was originally built to be this hot shop. But it's just pointing out the history of the area, actually. So we used to have all these wood burners scattered along this waterway right here, and they were used for burning leftover wood scraps from logging, and they were shaped just like this cone. So it's just a historical tribute pointing out what the area used to be before it was cleaned up and the Bridge of Glass and the museum were built. Also, it looks like I missed the lip wrap again. So the lip wrap is basically just a rim of a different color around the opening of the piece. So we did bring over a small bit of color. We touched that down onto the lip, and then as we turn the pipe, that just taps and travels all the way around, creating this rim. And this is when we'll start to really flare the neck out into more of a disc-like shape, like you'll see with the diagram on the ground. Yeah, for anyone that hasn't seen this is what we're comparing our final piece to. So we're aiming to make that shape each time. So on either side of the hot shop, we have these large black boxes. And this one on your right is still cooling down from yesterday. And who knows how long it's going to take. I wasn't here for when they made their pieces. But depending on the thickness, it could take up to about probably 2 days. They try not to push it beyond 2 days of cooling. So yeah, these are annealers. They cool the glass very slowly, and that prevents thermal shock. And when we finish this one, it'll go inside of the one on the left wall. The large black box over on the, yeah. These ones should only take 8 to 12 hours to cool down. So we'll see them tomorrow, maybe 11 or noon. So you know what? I think a huge part of the reason Tacoma is really popular for glassblowing is single-handedly Chihuly. So Chihuly, he grew up here in Tacoma, and he helped start the Museum of Glass. He helped start the Hilltop Artist Program, which is the program that I went through as a kid. You could start blowing glass as young as 12 in Tacoma. And he also started Pilchuck Glass School, which is 2 hours north of us, but still kind of in the same area. And then, yeah, people started opening up their own hot shops, and it just really became this huge hot spot all along this area. So we have finished our piece. We're getting ready to break it off and put it away. So Jack's get suit up in these Kevlar gloves. These are basically the same material as firefighting suits. It's just going to pick up this piece off the end of the pipe, and then we'll knock it off, and you'll carry it over to be put away inside of the annealer on the left wall, which is currently sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. So we apply that water near the end of the pipe. That's cracking the connection enough for it to pop off. We'll torch the bottom and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and then we are completely done. And let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. So that was the second piece of the day done now. We have our first one sitting just next to it inside of there, and we'll be able to see them again tomorrow after they've cooled down closer to room temperature. Yeah, so we'll come back at about 3 p.m. and then we'll be blowing glass until 5 p.m. So yeah, I think we'll continue to make this design too. Yeah. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So we are going to see them continue the project they were working on earlier. So if you were here earlier, we're going to continue making these pieces right here. You could consider this a vase or a bottle. These are going into the museum, a glass store eventually, usually about a week after they're made. And the people you see on the floor working today, they are our resident hot shop team. So they work here for the museum, including myself. And of course, if you have any questions throughout the process, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. I'll give a little overview of the hot shop itself so you can understand some of the equipment that we're working with, and then I'll walk you through the process as they make this piece. So, to start off, we will usually get started by using our glass furnaces. Those are the tanks with the closed doors on either side of the hot shop. And inside of these, we have a giant ceramic crucible in the bottom that's just filled with clear molten glass, up to about 1,000 pounds of it. So to pick it up and to use it, we just stick the end of our pipe into the glass and turn, and it gathers up a ball on the end. So all of our pieces, they just start off this small, just the size of a small fist maybe, on the end of the pipe. And we have to build layer upon layer, whether it's colors and patterns or just clear. And then when it comes to continuing to work with the glass, we need to reheat the glass. So we have these open face furnaces at each of our benches, and they run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's kind of the maximum temperatures we're working with. The glass is usually between 1 and 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. Thank you. And let's see if we can get a view of the left bench, please. So we're getting started on the left bench. Hopefully we'll have a view over there pretty soon with the color application process. So this process you're going to see is how we get a smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. The piece isn't all made from colored glass, it's actually just a thin layer within the walls. The glass furnaces run 24/7, so the ones that hold the molten glass inside of them, but everything else we turn off when we're done, and maybe an hour or so before we get started again, we turn them on again. And everything's running off of natural gas, by the way. We'll also be using some torches later on. I'll make sure to point those out when we start using them here at the center bench. So we already have two pipes out. One of these pipes, we have a clear bubble that we've just created, a clear bubble of glass. And then on the other pipe, we have a solid piece of colored glass that we're just going to completely melt down and then eventually drop on top of the clear bubble. The pipes, along with a lot of our tools and even the tables throughout the hot shop, are made out of stainless steel. And I always make sure to add this on because I get questions about the heat quite a bit. But surprisingly, steel's a poor conductor of heat. So the heat's only going to travel so far through the pipe and so far through the tool, meaning we just avoid touching maybe this length of the pipe away from the glass, and then we're perfectly fine. And you'll actually see a gradient. You can see it's really dark on the end of the pipe, and then it turns into that really nice silver further away. So we just avoid touching that darkened area. So again, this process we're seeing over there is called a color drop or a color overlay. We have our color on top of our clear bubble now. And we'll start heating this up and pushing and rolling this color back until it covers up the clear. And you know what? Could I have the color overlay cross-section slide? Thank you. So I have all sorts of diagrams that I can pop up throughout the process and just kind of give more information, break down techniques. So this is what a colored piece of glass looks like in the cross-section. If you were to look at the cross-section of a blown piece of glass, you would see it's mostly just clear and just a little layer of that color. The color is really rich, so we start with a small amount. And if we need more, then we will add more in the very beginning. So this does mean that we're going to be gathering layers of clear over top of this color too when we're finished, just like that cross section implies. Thank you. And again, for anyone that's recently joined in the hot shop, this is the piece that we're going to be working on today. Right in front of my feet here on the floor, it's drawn out in chalk. Oftentimes, the artists will have these ideas in their head, and then just to share with the people around them, they will create these drawings so that everyone knows kind of what the goal is that they're working towards. And this one was designed by Gabe. He said quite literally just on his drive over to work this morning. So now we'll start gathering layers of clear glass over top of that color. This is just to build up some mass for the piece, give us more material to work with more than anything else. And after gathering a layer of clear, we sit down and use the block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is kept saturated in water, which gives it that shine. We have those buckets of water behind each of our benches, and that just helps prevent the wood from burning as we use it to shape the glass. So the reason we use the block is to smooth out the fresh gather of clear, and that's why we're letting that previous layer cool down so much so we could really push it around and even it out without altering the bubble or the color underneath. But the reason we even it out in the first place is just to make sure the walls are really even so that the bubble blows out evenly from within all that glass. So it's just perfectly symmetrical as a final product. Oh yeah, and we're using a pipe cooler right now, so no worries if you can't see it, you're not missing out. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe into so we can handle the pipe closer to the glass and get more leverage against it. It depends on the thickness of the glass, how long they have to work it. So if it's a really thin piece of glass, they're only going to have, gosh, I think sometimes even like 3 to 5 seconds to work with the glass. If it's at a taffy texture already, which you don't want to melt it so much that it starts to deform, basically. So we usually work with the glass when it's more taffy or putty textured. And yeah, the thicker glass, though, like this, we have to wait a decent amount of time for it to cool down to become solid. Yeah, something like a paperweight, you really just like sit there and wait until some of that glow goes away. So we've just gathered another layer of clear. This pipe cooler is more visible to you guys. Just cooling the pipe down again. And then each time we use the block, again, that wooden spoon-shaped tool to smooth and even that fresh layer of glass out. And I think that this is all the glass we need to move on to our next step. So with this drawing on the floor, this is something I haven't pointed out quite yet because I'm just going one step at a time, but we have this pattern on the surface for the lower portion of the piece, these sort of crisscrossing lines. And this is achieved through this setup in the front right here. And what they'll do is they'll wrap some colored glass around the bubble, kind of in one direction. You'll see how they do that. And then they do it again in the other direction, kind of. And that creates these crisscrossing lines of color. It's very satisfying to watch, too. Okay, so now at the center bench, you could see that Gabe has let this bubble fall off center, actually. And this is on purpose. We're doing this so that when we wrap that color around, it's going to be oriented in a slightly different direction. And then when we let it fall, again, the opposite direction and wrap, we'll have crisscrossing lines. So these are the rollers. The rollers, when we spin the pipe, pull the pipe back at very even increments, creating these perfectly spaced lines of color. And I hope you all have a good view of this. We have a view of this on the screen too. And anytime we add texture to the surface of the glass, because those lines were raised to begin with, we smooth them out, we roll them flat on the marver, that metal table. If we were to add glass over top of that, you can imagine we're going to get a little bit of a rough texture. Or even trap air bubbles if we're gathering clear glass over top of it. So again, we let this fall off center once more, just in the opposite direction. In this color that we're wrapping around, by the way, this is just a little bit of white glass. And the color underneath, earlier we were using this light blue or turquoise. I think we may have switched it up, but I'm not entirely certain. It's always hard to tell when it's hot like this. So we come back to the roller setup, and we will wrap this white glass around the bubble one more time. So that bit of color is used up. We just drop the end of the pipe into a bucket of water, and that will shock the glass, start breaking it off of the end of the pipe, making it usable for something else in the future, our next project. So yeah, whenever we finish anything, we'll just dunk the end of our pipe into a little bit of water. And you'll see us use water later on as well to break our pieces off of the pipe too. And just to point out, we've already gotten started on the next section of the piece. Over on the left bench, we had a brief view of it up on the screen. So I'll point out again, with this piece on the floor, there's this really distinct line showing the patterned section of the bubble on the bottom, and then this upper portion here is actually just clear glass for the shoulder and the neck of the piece. So we have to blow two separate sections of glass and then bring them together, kind of fuse them together, and then we can blow that out as one bubble. And could I have the Encalmo diagram, please? So to give you a better visual as to how these two pieces are going to come together, you can imagine the yellow one's going to be the clear section, and then the orange one's going to be this colored section at the center bench. So we're creating basically a cup-shaped piece of glass out of this colored and patterned piece at the center bench. And then we'll bring the two together. So in order to open up this bubble into that cup-like shape, we need to attach a pipe onto the end of this bubble. We'll break this bubble completely off of the pipe that it was blown on, and that's going to essentially flip the orientation of the piece. So we do this for all blown pieces, usually working on the bottom first and then flipping the orientation, working on the top. And to break the piece off, we applied a little bit of water. You remember I mentioned earlier that creates thermal shock, cracking that connection, and then we broke the piece off. So these pieces, we made 2 of them earlier, and each of them took just about an hour. So we can expect this to be done right about 4 p.m., actually, since we got started just at about 3. Yeah, that's the idea. And then we should be able to make one more. We usually, when we're making store items like this, or like any store items, we will make them over and over again for the entire day or even a couple of days so that we have a variety for people to choose from. So after heating up the front half of this bubble, we were able to go on the inside of the piece next. And using the jacks, those 2 metal blades, we just very carefully, gently lift the wall, and that widens the opening. And then if we go on the outside of the piece, we're more so just correcting the shape than anything else, but technically this can kind of condense the glass down onto itself a little bit again. Also, if anyone's curious about getting a little taste of glass art themselves, there's a variety of ways to get involved. One thing I always bring up is the Hot Shop Heroes program we have here. So for veterans and military, you have a chance to just sign up for beginner, intermediate, and advanced classes. And it's a full session. You come in once a week in the evening and you blow glass with a few instructors. I am one of the instructors. It's a lot of fun. And we also do have workshops, so if you're looking to more so just kind of dip your toes in the water, then you could sit down and make one object down on the hot shop floor. And it looks like we are already ready to bring our pieces together. So again, this technique is called encalmo. We're just trying to get 2 different patterns or colors throughout the piece. After a quick puff of air, we can break away this smaller pipe, and we are left with our pieces assembled. It's basically magic. These guys, they have so much experience. The people who work here full time, they have between 20 and 30 years of experience blowing glass. But yeah, you have to make sure that the openings are the same size, and you have to make sure the glass walls are about the same thickness as well. It's very technical. And that's one example of us using the torches that we have set up. That smaller handheld one, saw that bright blue flame. This is the hottest item in the hot shop. Can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We use it to heat up just a very small section at a time. In this case, we just wanted to cut that little bit of clear off the end of the bubble. So using the Marver, that large metal table, we can roll the glass on it to shape it. We can roll the glass on it to cool the glass. It's going to kind of suck heat out of the piece wherever it touches. In this case, I think we were more so cooling the glass to prevent it from blowing out very much in the colored pattern section of the glass. And now using this pad of newspaper that's just been splashed with some water, Gabe can guide which way this bubble blows out as Sarah blows into the end of the pipe. So this can be easy to miss, but the blowing happens briefly at the end of the pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon, making the walls thinner but making the piece bigger. And pretty quickly we stretched out the neck of the piece and then immediately started the jack line. So the jack line is this divot right off the end of the pipe. You saw him squeezing with the two blades. This is where we break the piece off later on, just like we saw earlier. So these pieces are pretty light, lighter than most people would imagine. I am not amazing at estimating. I would estimate maybe 5 to 7 pounds of glass, maybe. And then the pipe itself is usually 10 to 15, depending on the size of it and if it's a solid versus a hollow blowpipe like this. So yeah, they are dealing with a little bit of weight. So we have a much more squat shape now than we started off with. See how much those papers help. We're just continuously pushing onto the bottom of the bubble, and that creates that squatter shape. We can also heat the glass up and hold it towards the ceiling and kind of let the glass slump onto itself using gravity as a shaping tool. So, for anyone who has recently joined in or just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. We are working on this piece on the floor specifically for anyone that hasn't seen this drawing yet. This was done by Gabe this morning, so we all had an idea of what we would be creating. These are going into the Museum of Glass store eventually, so you should expect to see them on the shelves in about a week from now. And yeah, I get a lot of questions about whether these are planned or how they decide what they're going to be making. The artists who work here actually do have a lot of creative liberty, so Gabe designed this drawing just off the top of his head during his drive to work this morning, apparently. And that happens pretty frequently, especially for those store items, so that we can get new things in there all the time. And next we use a wooden paddle to flatten the bottom while maintaining pressure on the side of the piece with the jacks. And then also, Sarah will blow into the end of the pipe or even just cap the end of the pipe with her hand to prevent air from escaping, because this pipe does work both ways. And so this is why it's important to have a team of usually about 3 people, if not more, for almost any given glass blowing project. And next we bring over a fresh molten bit of clear glass. This is attached directly to the center of the bottom of the piece before being flattened out into basically just this pad of clear. This is where we're going to be attaching another pipe very soon. We don't want to chip away any of that color that's on the surface. As you may remember, those lines are directly on the surface of the piece. And so when we break the second pipe away later on, you'll see at the very end we do that. We could chip away at those lines. So we're just adding extra protection. I keep wondering that myself. Sometimes it's hard to tell what color the piece is going to be. It's looking like this one may be. Actually, I have no idea. It looks right now, it's so weird. It looks almost ivory right now, but earlier when they were working with it, it looked green. So I'm going to tell myself that it might be more of a green color in the end. Maybe more of a green color, yeah. I think that there's a lot of yellow just from the heat at the moment. And different colors will appear differently when we're working with them in the hot shop. Reds will look black for some reason, oranges will look red, and then yellows will look orange, and greens will look brown. So that could be why it's looking kind of like a cream or something ivory. So we've just attached another pipe to the center of the bottom of the piece. Again, just on top of that clear pad. And then we'll break the entire piece off of the pipe it was created on. Same method as earlier, we apply water to crack the glass, and then we just tap the pipe. So as you can hear, the glass is still cold right now, cold enough that we can't work with it at the moment. But what Gabe is doing is he's kind of just supporting the weight by sticking the tweezers inside of the neck and just letting it fall on center with that connection in the bottom of the piece. It's just balancing, evening it out. So now we can really start focusing a lot of heat using this fluffy torch. We have already been using this on and off, but I'll emphasize again, this is used to just heat up sections of glass at a time. So in this case, we just want to work on the neck right now. We're happy with the lower half of the piece. So we're just going to heat up the neck for the most part. And then as we get closer to the end of the process, you'll see them start to heat up kind of the end of the pipe where it's connected to the bottom of the piece. And this is just the area that's getting cold the fastest. If it gets too cold, then that connection can crack and the piece can break off. The lip wrap, right? Are you just reading the labeling on the ground? So that's actually something we're going to see really soon. Jack's heating up a small piece of colored glass over on the left, and that's going to be touched down onto the lip and then wrapped all the way around. So we're going to have a rim of color around the top of the clear neck. So we're preparing the neck for that right now. We start by stretching the glass out a little bit. And anything that's stretched out like this is all just excess. We'll break it off and continue on. So we're opening up the top of the neck just a little bit further before we bring over that color. And another example of us using those wooden paddles, we're pushing it against the opening of this piece, which is just smoothing and flattening the lip out. Just so we have a nice smooth connection when Jack brings this color over. So that's touched down onto the lip, and then as they turn the pipe away from themselves with the piece on it, that color just follows all the way around. The idea is just hot glass will stick to hot glass. So now after heating up just the top half of the neck or the neck itself, Gabe can go on the inside of the neck with the jacks, again those two metal blades, and he can start to flare this outward, completely outward into a disc-like shape. Yeah, interestingly enough, the stainless steel pipe, stainless steel tools, the heat only travels so far through them and then it kind of just peters out, dissipates. And apparently, stainless steel is just a poor conductor of heat, so it'll only travel maybe about this far. And that's actually the darkened area of the pipe. You could see kind of this gradient, so we just avoid touching that dark area. So we are finished with this piece. We're just getting ready to break it off the pipe and put it away. We heat up this glass at the end of the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. And then we will apply a little bit of water near the end of the pipe, crack that connection, pop the piece off. We'll also try to stamp the bottom of all of our store pieces with the Museum of Glass logo. So this one we will heat up and stamp the bottom. And then this is going inside of the annealer on the left wall. You can see Stina standing over there ready to open the door and put it away. So there we are applying the water. And then with the tap of the pipe that has cleanly popped off, so we'll torch and then stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo, and this piece will be completely done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. So safely into the annealer it goes. This box is sitting currently at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And at the end of the day, we press a button to slowly cool everything all at once. That's the annealing cycle. So we won't see those pieces again until tomorrow. Maybe, I would assume maybe like 11 or 12. And I think we have time for one more of those. Again, we're just trying to get a variety of these for the store. You guys have had great rounds of applause today. Strong hands. Okay, so it looks like we will be changing it up. So we're going to move on to making mugs. You can imagine like a beer mug or beer stein. It's going to be a glass with a handle on the side. They were making some of these way earlier on in the day, technically before the museum opened. This morning was a little odd. We opened up the doors a little bit early than we were planning. And again, just feel free to ask questions if you guys have any. So again, all of our projects start this small, just a single gather or layer of clear glass on the end of the pipe. We blow a small bubble into it. And then I think that these mugs, they do have some designs on them in the form of something like a color wrap or some crazy cane, which cane are these sticks of colored glass, by the way. Usually when you see lines, it's either from cane or it's from wrapping, like you saw with the last piece. So we've just brought over a piece of twisted cane or Zenfirico cane. I wonder if I have an example of one of those. It doesn't look like it, but this is as it sounds. We have lines of color that are spiraling or twisted all the way from one end of this stick of color all the way to the other end. Kind of like a candy cane that hasn't been twisted into a hook. We heated that up. We wrapped it around the side of the bubble. So now that we've blown out our bubble a little bit, we start on the jack line, which again is that divot right off the end of the pipe. We'll break the mug off from there later on. And now that we're blowing it out further and further, you can see all those individual little lines a lot better on the surface of the glass. And after heating this up a lot, we just hung the glass down towards the floor, and that was enough to stretch it out into this long, narrow shape. So we just need to give it a few more puffs of air. That'll push the glass into the blades and conform it to the shape of the blades. Yeah, these pieces move pretty quick. I think the most satisfying part to watch is the handle making. This is really interesting because it's done all in one go. They bring over a bit of glass, they attach it, and then they kind of stretch it out and twist it into a handle, just, again, all at once, using residual heat. I think if you're inexperienced, then you blow it almost like you're trying to blow out a balloon. So you're really trying to exhale and you're using your muscles. But when you blow for these pieces of glass, you actually blow very little. You have to do it gently. Otherwise, you're going to break out the bottom of the piece. It's a little bit of a delicate process, even blowing. And it's almost like using a percussion instrument or something. Like you're more so using air that you've built up in your mouth and pressure. It's so hard to describe the muscles that are used. I think you can damage your cheeks if you're not careful though. Like think they quite literally call it glassblower's cheek or something, and you can look up images of it. People who work in factories or in production lines, they get really stretched out cheeks because they like damage the muscles. And now we're at that point again where we attach this pipe to the center of the bottom of the piece, and then to break the piece away, we'll just create thermal shock in some sort of way. With a really small piece of glass, you could technically just squeeze your tool on that connection like you just saw. And now we can start to open this piece up. And then, of course, the finishing detail is going to be a handle that is created and attached to the side. And to start opening this up, Gabe first stretches the glass out near the top of our piece using some tweezers, just pulling away. And then this glass is trimmed off using some shears. This is just to get rid of some thickness where the piece was connected to that previous pipe. And then to start opening this up, just go on the inside of the piece with the jacks and lightly lift up the wall of the piece. So this is pretty much the finished shape right here, minus the handle. And the handles for these pieces are blown themselves. So we have a hollow handle that just starts as a clear bubble. So Sarah brings over that bubble of clear glass. This is attached, stretched out, and then we just twist this up into its final position. And just like that, we have a handle. So to break our piece off, we just apply a little water near the end of the pipe. We'll give it a tap. We'll probably torch the bottom, but we'll see. Yes, we will torch the bottom using this small handheld torch. And then smooth that connection out. And then this is carried over to the annealer, that large black box over on the left wall, to cool down overnight. And just like that, we have finished another mug. Yeah, feel free to join, sit wherever, and watch. We're going to be making, I assume, another mug like you just saw them finish. Hey, welcome into the hot shop. So we're going to be making a beer mug. A beer mug, yeah. So we start with just clear glass on the end of our pipe like we have here. We have a really special piece of patterned glass that we've been using for this design. It's kind of hard to describe, but it's a spiral of color on kind of a rod of glass like this. So we just heat that up and then we wrap it all the way around. So this ends up looking like basically a bunch of squiggly lines on the final product because it's twisted and then wrapped both. So that pattern has been heated up and this is wrapped around the outside of the clear bubble. And of course right now the design is raised. We'll just heat this up and push it flat against the glass. And we're going to be making a beer glass, or yeah, beer mug. So it's going to have a handle on the side. And the glass that we're working with right now is just going to become the body of the glass. And then the handle is something we just bring over another bubble, attach it to the side, stretch it out, and then reattach it kind of on the upper part. Yeah, these are pretty quick. They only make them quick because they know what they're doing, though. These guys all have a lot of experience. So we've heated this up, we've stretched it out, just hang it towards the floor and using gravity. And then we've also just now created the jack line, which that's the divot where we take the entire piece off later on. Yeah, everything moves really quick from here. This is going to be blown out a little bit further, and then we'll pretty much have the overall shape. So after stretching this out just a bit further, we keep the jacks, those two metal blades, just on the side of the piece, and the bubble will really conform to the angle that we want, depending on how we adjust our hand. In this case, we're just going for more of a cylindrical shape. Yeah, if you're curious about the cone, it was originally built just to be the hot shop here for the Museum of Glass. And all of this opened up in about 2002. It's historical in a way, though, because it's based off of these old wood burners that used to be along the waterway right here. This is a huge logging area, so they used them to burn leftover wood scraps. I'm not sure how big those cones were, but I think that they were very, very similar shape and probably a similar size. But yeah, in this case, it's not really the best shape for a hot shop. It's not necessarily bad, but it was built to be flashy for sure. Yeah, the fan. I think it's just to pull some hot air out, just keep airflow going in general. But that vent in the back, that is where most of the heat goes. You guys came in to see us finish our last piece, so good timing. We are just about to transfer our piece to a different pipe. So we flattened the bottom, and we are bringing over a second pipe, attaching that to the center of the bottom of the piece. And this just allows us to break the piece off from the pipe that it was originally created on. The way that we break it off, dip our tweezers in some water, apply that to the glass, creating a thermal shock, and then the piece is able to be popped off. And this is turning into a beer mug, by the way, or beer glass. So it's going to have a handle on the side, and it's going to be opened up to just a straight cylindrical shape. And the designs that you see on the side of the glass, this is technically on the surface on the outside, but it's coming from these lines of cane. So cane are these sticks of colored glass. It starts off usually pencil thickness and pencil length, but we lay them out and we can pick them up on the end of our pipe. In this case, this is a very altered design. They stretched them out even further and they twisted them and then they wrapped it around the side of the glass. So we ended up with basically these squiggly line patterns. So to start working on the opening of the piece, you'll usually see them trim some glass away first. So we stretch the glass out, pulling with some tweezers, and then cut away that glass using the shears. This just gets rid of some thickness. That area tends to be pretty thick where it was connected to the previous pipe. And now we can go on the inside and flare this open all the way. So we've opened this up to its full size, and pretty soon we are going to be adding on that handle. This handle is basically the last detail that we need for the finished product. So Sarah's preparing the handle. This is just another clear bubble of glass, and that'll be brought over and applied to the side of our piece. So this means that the handle is hollow in the finished product, making the piece lighter and better balanced. And now that we finish this piece, we're ready to break it off and put it away. Applying some water near the end of the pipe, cracking that connection, tapping the pipe to pop it off. And we'll usually torch the bottom to get rid of sharp ends that might remain from that connection, and then sometimes even stamp the bottom like we were doing with all of our pieces earlier. But I'm not sure if these are for the store, so we're not stamping the bottom, maybe. And just like that, our final piece of the day is finished. Into the annealer it goes. This box is going to very slowly cool this glass down, usually an overnight cycle, so 8 to 12 hours. And we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. Yeah, of course. Yeah, have a good rest of your day.